Yeah. Oh, wait, why are we, something's not muted. There we go. I had a double feed going. All right, there we go. What's going on, everybody? How we doing today? Yeah, and I don't know why, but YouTube always seems to be so laggy. But yeah, Tequila, yeah, we have to grow the stream. Like, must. It's either grow or stop. One or the other. All right, so I was gonna do this later this week, but I might end up being busy real world this week, so let's go ahead and get this new 1/4 real scale career launched finally. Yeah, the factory must grow. All right, so let's get this launched. Oh, there's a new command, exclamation point KSP mods, no spaces, that will give a link to a Discord invite with instructions to go to the KSP1 mods channel. I currently have my current CCAN file there, so you can just drop it into CCAN and it'll automatically install all the mods. That's a temporary thing until I get everything else set up. You'll still need my 1/4 real scale. There's a link to that there in Discord to where you can find that. And then you'll still need to go to BlackRock's Patreon and get his volumetric clouds. Hippie! What's up, man? I didn't abandon it. We still have it. Hippie, I did that one because I didn't want to have to go through I didn't feel like going through the whole process of creating a and testing a 1/4 real scale install. But once we got playing, I missed it. So we ended up going with it. Oh, nice, Tequila. All right, so you got your checklist going? You know, extra tequila, you know, make sure you clean your place really well, right? Leave space for her in the bathroom, right? In your closet, at least, even if it's just temporary, right? Change your sheets. Have an extra set of sheets. Trust me on this. Haven't seen her since September. All right, so you're gonna need some Monsters or Red Bull. 1 or 2 little blue pills. You know, a stash of
condoms.
Yep, chocolates, strawberries. Get fresh strawberries. Right, get a do not disturb sign for your door. The night before she comes, because you're going to be excited, make sure you pop a couple of melatonin to get a good night's sleep. And if you show up here while she's there, I'm going to embarrass the shit out of you. I'm evil. No, I'm just a realist. You're never putting me up on TV anymore? Definitely don't put me up on TV while she's there, dude. If you're watching me, you're not watching her, and that's a problem. Good. That's a good thing. Boy, somebody on YouTube that has never watched the channel before is going to start watching this live stream and go, oh my God. I came here for Kerbal Space Program and got educated. It's all right. I'm just waiting for this to load anyway. $70,000 patches. Yeah, you can't let your place be dirty. And I'm not joking about having the extra set of clean sheets. But hunt to me! What's up, my friend? How we doing?
Nerf.
Oh, so she taught you the trick. Let's face it.
No one wants to sleep in the wet spot.
All right, so we're just waiting for KSP here to load. We have mostly narrowed down the mod list. It's quite extensive. We did some testing to try to be able to use Ferrum Aerospace, but it's going to prevent us from doing stuff in the water. Right, Ferrum Aerospace is for the atmospherics, but it also changes the water, and you can't do some things in the water, and we're going to want to do some things in the water. That's what the shower's for. You do those hijinks in the shower. Either that, or you bust out the slip and slide mat. or the twister mat, rather. you bust out a twister mat and throw it over the bed. You know, tequila, just for a laugh, you should go, if you don't have it, go buy a twister mat and throw it across your bed for when she gets there, just as a joke. Let her know what she's gonna be in for. No go, no go. Get some yellow post-it notes that lead from the front door to the bed, and put a sign on the front door that says just follow the yellow brick road. And you go in there and there's a twister mat on the mattress. That would be funny as shit. I probably wouldn't do that actually, but it's pretty funny. What I eat? No, it's more like what did I smoke? All right. Is it time to get down to business? All right. I always name these for the date that we start them. All right, so this is 07/12/26. One quarter real scale. And we'll use that flag. All right, settings, basic. Re-entry heating, we're going to go to 100%, 120%. Missing crews will not respawn. It's permadeath. As usual. All right, we're going to unselect that as we will need to do R&D research. Payments. All right. Reverts and quick loading, gotta keep that because there's some issues you just can't control because Kerbal being Kerbal. Right? If you turn these off, that's what I call fool's mode. Eventually, you'll end up killing your space program from that. All right, obviously we're gonna have the comm network. Plus, the reverting allows us to be able to do testing. All right, starting funds, starting science, starting rep, all 0 science rewards. We're going to actually leave this at 100% because we have a lot of shit to unlock. Like,
a lot of shit.
All right, funds rewards. We're going to have to up the ante on this. Right. This also means that fund penalties will also be at 200%. Right, we're going to get paid double. However, remember, we're at 1 quarter real skill. Our rockets are going to be larger. And we're using the Rocketology rebalance, which makes everything more expensive, all crude and engine stuff more expensive. Plus, we want to be able to actually start leaving some vehicles out without recovering them so we can reuse them in situ. And a lot of our vehicles are going to be quite expensive. Right? So we don't have to recover a 250 Seabill aircraft. And yeah, I'm just going to call them Seabills because Battletech. Anyway. We'll need to not have to recover that airplane. We can leave it out in the world and still be able to do our next rocket launch, basically, right? Reputation rewards, I'll stay at 100%. Funds penalties, 100%. Reputation penalties, 200%. So this means that if we kill a Kerbal, right, or fail a contract.
Ouch!
What did I say about killing the program? What do you mean? What program did I kill? What program is dead? Oh, I was talking about if you turn off reverting and quick loading, eventually you'll just run out of Kerbals. Or money trying to hire Kerbals. That's what I was referring to. That's why I call it fool's mode. All right, kaboom. And then we have advanced. Plasma blockout. Require signal for control. Enable Kerbal experience. No part pressure limits because we need to be able to go underwater. Part G-force limits, yes. Kerbal G-force limits, yes. Kerbal tolerance, we're going to change down to about 40%, or as close to 40% as we can get. 39%. This way they black out at around 9 Gs or so. You can go up to like 20 Gs and they won't pass out if they're a badass. You can, at 100%, they can go up to like 20 Gs and they won't pass out. All right, always allow action groups. This always bugged me. I think this should always be on. Otherwise, if you don't turn this on, it's tied to the level of your editor. Right, so your VAB and your spaceplane hanger. Like if you upgrade...
Yippee-ki-yo!
Rocket One salute.
Kaio, thank you so much, man, for that resub, buddy. How you doing today, Kaio? All right, but if you don't turn this on, at the lowest level, the editors, you don't have any action groups whatsoever. And I like action groups for flaps, science, all that stuff, instead of having to do it all manually. It's a quality of life thing, right? And also, too, is if you don't turn this on and you upgrade one editor and not the other, you'll have action groups available in one and not the other, right? At 0, at the base level, they have none. At the upper level, I think you get a handful of action groups, and then you need the for all action groups you need the full Monty, right? The full upgrade. I don't like that. I just turn them on. I always want action groups. All right, quality of life thing. All right, range modifier, we're gonna leave that alone. The DSN modifier, this needs to go to 4x, or as close as we can get. Thank you, Oka, for looking that up for me yesterday. All right, occlusion modifier, vacuum. Basically, this is how much of the celestial body is gonna block comms channels, right? So at a vacuum, 90% means that the signal can still pass through 10% of the radius of the celestial body. I don't like that. I go to 99. No, I go to 101. No, 1. I'm gonna go to 1. 101 would mean 1% greater than their circumference. All right, in atmospheric occlusion, we're going to go to 99. And the reason for it, 1% less, is that you can actually, on an atmospheric body, you can bounce radio and radar signals, which is also radio, off of the ionosphere. Right? In fact, there's even radars in real life called Roth radars. You know, radar over the horizon. Right? Where they basically... It has a minimum range, like 500 miles. Like, it won't see anything within 500 miles. It has to be further away because the radar is actually bouncing its radar waves off the ionosphere and then back down. But you can see well over the horizon. It just won't be as accurate. All right. Blue Dog. Whale off rate, 50%. We're going to leave that default. Button manager, click loop blocker. We'll leave those alone. All right. Comfortable landing. Enable automatic activation. Sure. All right, contract configurator. I did not see any other contracts I really was liking. All right, so we are going to leave base construction, collect science, and exploration off because we have contract groups that are replacing them. All right, flag planting, sure. Grand tours. Maybe. ISRU, maybe. All right, satellites and stations are also off. We use the other ones over here, like CleverSat and all this, for those instead. Yeah, you know what? Grand Tours, I'm gonna turn off. I don't like those. That's a lot of time and space. And remember, we're running life support, so it would be very problematic to do those anyway. But we will do space tourism. All right. Crew R&R. All right, minimum vacation days, we're going to go down to 1. Maximum vacation days, we're going to go down to 14. All right, so Crew R&R forces you to kind of rotate your crew. Right, so minimum day off between missions would be 1, right? 24 hours. Or, well, the Kerbal equivalent. Right, maximum vacation days 14, so that's the longest for like a long duration mission. They come back, the longest they can not or be out of rotation is 2 weeks. All right, EVA repairs, parts require maintenance. Where is MGB when we need him? Yeah, we can have engines fail. All right, parts can wear out over time. And allow internal repairs. So basically, if it's an internal part, like a hab, they can fix it, or a lab, they can fix it. All right, not only are we going to hide empty nodes, I'm thinking about hide an unresearchable one. We have a pretty good idea of what's where anyway, but no, actually, I'm not going to hide the unresearchable, because there may be certain things we need specifically to target, because we're going to be doing manual recovery. We'll shrink those down, the empty space down though. Short. All right, snacks. What do we want here for snacks? Snacks per meal, 1. Meals per day, 3. They're Kerbals, they eat more. We're gonna go with 4. Some Kerbals eat more, some Kerbals eat less. Enable recycling. This is kind of gross. Kerbals produce soil when snacking. So soil is Kerbal poop. And then recyclers convert that soil to Kerbal poop back to snacks. At the cost of electrical tree charge. That's kind of gross. All right, how many meals before fainting? Only 3? Nah. We'll go with 6. So basically 2 days. Nap time when fainted, 1 minute. And yep, Kerbals can starve to death. Skip meals before death, 42. You know what? If that's the case, we should make this 2 meals per day. And we'll just increase the number of snacks per meal. There we go. All right, speed unit annex. All right, airplane speedometer, we're gonna go with knots. Rover speedometer, kilometers an hour. All right, I think that is everything. Pancake! Blasting off the speed of light? Not exactly. A little bit slower than that. Yeah, about 99.99999% slower than that. All right, accept. Here we go. All right, how many of you guys have actually ever done a 1/4 real scale playthrough or an upscaled playthrough of Kerbal? It is not what I said to do, but all right. I need over here so I can get this. We want Black Rack's Tough X profile. As you can see, we don't have scatter anymore across our assets. Right, of which we're gonna need more, because I'm gonna want a north-south runway at some point too, but we'll wait until we've upgraded this to tier 3, our runway. And early on, we're going to be doing quite a bit of aircraft stuff. Kind of won't have much of a choice, right, with chasing down the science. All right, and first things first. We need to create a few Kerbals. All right, Onka, since you're here. Onka Lupe Kerbin. And Onka, what do you want to be? You do get to be a veteran. Badass is going to be randomized. When you open this up, it can randomize veteran or badass. All right, do you want to be a pilot, scientist, engineer, or a tourist? You can also just be a tourist. Engineer? All right. So I do this for the moderators. Pancake, for the moderators, yes. You're only a half moderator, so... And I can't do a half Kerbal. And that's it. I can't create any more Kerbals at the moment anyway. Oh, you see how it is? You're only a Discord moderator. If you want a Kerbal in Discord, I'll make you a Kerbal in Discord. Here, I'll do it right now. There. And Onka, I'll have to remember after the stream to add you as a moderator on YouTube. It's not as simple with YouTube. I gotta go through it. I gotta go through a different menu. I can't just /mod Onka like I can in Twitch. All right. Look how much more expansive everything looks. And as I said, I do plan on actually building out more Kerbal Constructs facilities. All right, and we actually want to unlock the hangars and all that stuff because I want to try to leave as much as we can out in the world instead of recovering everything all the time. All right, first up though, mission control, baby. Let's get a probe in orbit. Orbit a probe. We can only take 2 contracts, so we need perform experiments around the KSC. I think we can do that one and do some science. We can do some science, which is launch a vessel into the air. Orbit Kerbin is not happening yet. Reach for the stars is just go suborbital. Well, that's not happening yet. We're not ready. This one is a maybe. Crawl away, admin, crawl away. Launch pad. Yeah, we can take that one too. Big Cannonball. Getting naked 7 times in a row. What's up, Big Cannonball? How we doing today, buddy? I think we could make a grounded truck, actually. What is the difference between these two? Oh, slightly bigger. It's slightly different shape. And we can go Stucco-like white, Stucco-like yellow, or deluxe black. Let's go with the Kerbalized yellow, and I'm going to turn off that. Go to physics, arrow. Turn that off. We don't need it all the time. Structural. Yep, we want the wide body wheels. Now I need to find the fuel cell. We want square headlights or round headlights? What do you think? Onka's your good little Kerbal?
Onka is Sea Pancake's good little Kerbal.
Or did you want him to make it seem like he's my good little Kerbal?
Onka is my good little bit. Oh, I mean Kerbal.
Sorry, Onka. I had to do it. I couldn't hold it in. You can blame Pancake. Oh, there's a trick I had to do for this. Now, how did I do this? There's a trick to this. Oh, it's that issue again. I don't remember how I did something to bypass it. I don't remember what it was. All right. I'll think about it here in a minute. Yeah, we don't have any of the science parts yet, so we just gotta make this a flatbed truck. Did I bury that in there? Come on. Thank you. Sometimes these things have too many nodes. That one's... Why is that one so wide anyway? I don't know why this piece is always such a problem with all this. Alright, I need the frame. Alright, it doesn't like being attached to anything. How did I solve this last time? I run this problem almost every time, but I figured something out last time. I don't want to have to copy over another craft file. I know I figured this out. I can figure it out again. It's that middle, it fills that in. Why doesn't anything want to stick to this? Oh, that's not what I wanted to grab. Yeah, the nodes on this are weird. That what I did before? Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's what I did before. It's just that. You want to copy that over? I need that and that. Oh, not that. What am I thinking? That. Michael, what's up, man? Oh, that's MGB. What's up, MGB? On YouTube. Gotta figure out how to update your user ID? Yep. Yeah, I gotta get used to using YouTube myself. I don't spend a whole lot of time in YouTube chats. Not robotics, wheels. What's our part limit? 40. That works better doing it that way. Clipping it in after the fact. Is that the big one? Yep. The wide one at least. This will be our principal utility truck for quite a while. Turn the motor off to those, turn steering off to these. By the way, the mod for this is called, allows you to make these vehicles, is called Grounded. The Kyoru. What's going on, man? How we doing? Is that Kyo? Quirt, what's up, man? Kyo, is that you as well over there, or is that somebody else? It is you, okay. Quirt, what are you up to today, man? What is life in Quirt's world like today? Oh, where is Ker? Right in front of me. I just need the full Monty. And go partless, so we don't need these parts. Didn't I move these? I thought I could swore I could have moved these. Oh, there it is. I'll make it a little bit bigger. And I always go partless. Then we can remove those. Otherwise, it just adds 2 extra parts that you need in order to be able to visualize the KER. Alright, so we have the too hot thermometer. Our count is at 32. All right, because we're gonna add some battery here. We have a fuel cell, but extra battery won't hurt. No one's ever gonna see that, but all right, and this is going to be Kerbal Utility Vehicle 1.1. We'll leave dashes for aircraft and dots for vehicles. It'll make more sense. All right, save it. Oh, you know what? One of the first things I want to do, actually, well, we'll have to load this on the runway first, but I want to rover spawn for the KSC. Right, that way we're not starting vehicles out on the runway. We'll have to for this first round, though. All right, so we're gonna let Bill, the engineer. Actually, you know what? Onka, you get to drive your new utility truck. What do you think about your new truck? Oh, communication. Forgot about that. We need to be able to communicate. One part to spare, right? Yep, so we can add one more science part when we unlock it. We're not doing too bad. I am drinking a cherry Pepsi at the moment, so I'm doing all right. MGB, you figured it out. Ah, there you go. MGB, yes. It's the same thing when you want to add somebody as a moderator. And eventually, I mean, right now it's just Twitch and YouTube because it's all the real estate I have because I still need to have OBS up. Well, quick show and tell here how I'm doing this. All right, let me grab this. Uh-oh. My camera cable is stuck on something. All right. 1 second. Just to be able to grab this and move it around. It had somehow gotten wrapped around another cable, and the friction was stopping it from moving, and I didn't want to yank. Okay, so there, on the other monitor, you have YouTube. Or, well, actually, that is OBS, then YouTube, and then Twitch. But ultimately, I'll need a third monitor. To add Kick as well. Because I have to have the bot behind it on another tab. So anything with the bot, I have to go through the other tab to do it. You need too much real estate. You need too much monitor real estate to actually stream. It's a pain in the ass. Yeah, if I line up all my airplanes and cars on the runway, I can do Morse code with the dots and dashes. Yeah, the first thing I'm going to do is SOS. Yeah, if you're watching on both, which I appreciate, just because it'll help bring in more viewers, but mute one of them. Because so far, at least for my observations, YouTube seems to have a much greater delay than Twitch. And I gotta teach myself to look at the YouTube chat, because YouTube chat's in a slightly different location. All right, let's get this out on the runway. Yeah, just mute one of them. All right, and first thing we do is with Kerbal Constructs is we're gonna make a rover spawn near the. We need a motor pool, actually. You saw all your KSP test videos you've done over the years? Catching up on your old YouTube stuff? Alright, let's put a motor pool over here. So, first thing we're going to do is grab that. Mute the game here for a second, so we don't have all the wind noise. All right, we want to spawn new. I don't know what category this would be in. Is that medium vehicle spawn or med vehicle spawn? Medium vehicle spawn. Okay, we can turn this, right? All right, so we'll do that for now. I'm gonna need to change the name. I can just rename this. All right. KSE Rover Spawn. Oh. We don't want anything too massive here, but I mean size-wise, but all right. Can't I recolor this? Yeah, we'll do that. Why didn't that take? Some learning going through with this as well. Oh, there are presets. Okay. Let's go with... It's the original. Sand? That doesn't look like sand to me. I'm just gonna call this dark. All right, you know what? Let's call it pavement. There we go. Okay. So now in the future, we should be able to spawn in a rover there, and we'll make a car park or parking lot or something to go with it. That way we're not spawning vehicles over on the runway. All right, now let's take a look at our contract. Oh, I need to redo KER too. MGB, you mean these? You probably do have them. They're over here somewhere. I had to move them. They're not in the correct position for whatever reason with the KS extended with the 1/4 real scale. The taxiways are way over here somewhere. Right, it's the same with the harbor. The harbor I've moved around a little bit, but I have to figure out how to use the terrain thing with Kerbal Constructs to fix it, because the harbor doesn't really work. I figure once we need it, as we need it, we'll start I'll start adjusting it at that time. And MGB with 10,000 bits, dude. Thank you, man. I appreciate that, brother. So nice of you. Why didn't I get an alert for that? All right, can I get some love in chat there for MGB and those 10,000 bits, please? Give MGB some love. Rub right up against him. Make him really uncomfortable. Somebody breathe heavy in his one ear and somebody else breathe heavy on his neck, and let's see what happens. In fact, screw it. Just give him a lap dance. Our toys, put some pants on. What's up, car toys? How we doing today? Okay, so interesting. They didn't even kick off a hype train. Somebody, one person resubbing yesterday kicked off a hype train, but today 10,000 bits doesn't start a hype train. That's weird. Twitch is fickle. Oh, we already know this. All right, I need to redo KER. So we are... Oh, in MGB, we're running snacks and EVA repairs. So we may need your brain for some of this at some point. Car Toys, thank you so much, man, for the Prime subscription. I appreciate it, my friend. And everybody else that is not subscribed already, be like Car Toys. Use your Prime subscription. Oh, we also got to set this. There's quite a few things we have to set up here as we go along. One of them is distant object enhancement. Dynamic sky dimming, yes. Maximum sky brightness. We'll have to adjust that as we get into space. You're running snacks and stress, but you left out fresh air. Where do I adjust that again? That's right. Fresh air has to be enabled via the CFG, right? Oh, in the folder. Yeah, okay. All right. Then, yeah, we'll leave out fresh. Then, no, yeah, we're not going to add, I won't add in fresh air. Also, it's really weird that you're recycling Kerbal poop for food. It's kind of gross. How's Kerbal Engineer? Dude, did I skip Waypoint Manager? Holy crap, I think I did. No, I didn't. It's right there. Okay. But where the hell is Kerbal Engineer? Right there. I'm just blind. All right, I'm going to remove that. All right, apoapsis, periapsis time to both. And then we want to add eccentricity. Orbital period. And inclination. Why isn't this centered? All right, how do I make this background darker again? Nope. Like that. All right. All right, now let's edit number 2. I didn't realize you can add these low space altitude, high space altitude, synchronous altitude. I didn't know that was a thing. Put that one on this side. That way they're both the same. All right, now new custom section. I'm gonna make it a HUD preset. Vessel. Do I want all this? Don't need gravity. Vessel mass is interesting to have. Got the V's we want on there. RCS thrust to weight. Don't really need. Wait, I just removed the wrong thing. Go back to vessel. Reset it. HUD. Gravity, remove. RCS thrust away. There we go. Remove. Yeah, heading pitch. Heading I don't need. We already have it. Remove. Pitch and roll. Yeah, sure, why not? So, Car Toys, what are you up to today, man? Boy, these look awful big. Can you guys read this on stream? Just out of curiosity? Is this legible? At its current size? If it's not legible at its current size, I'm going to make them smaller. It's just Brett. Yeah, they are legible? Okay. I was going to say, if they're this big and they're not legible to you guys, there's no point in having them this big, because to me, they're billboards. All right, close that order on that one. New custom section. HUD. 175 alpha. Resets. Nope. Nope. Technically it'd be vessel, but it's going to be different info. Basically none of this info. All right, G's, Mach number. Alright, airway. What do you guys like to use on your Kerbal Engineer? What info do you guys like to have at all times for your vehicles? All right, let's add slope. I think that's it for now. We may adjust these later. Ugh. All right. Delta V for sure. Yeah. One of these I'll probably remove, which I'm always get some of these messed up. Which one is what Delta V? I just usually just want total. Oh, and time. Basically, so I can see how far, like for especially for airplanes, I know how far we can fly. All right, relative rotation, dynamic. Might as well set this up while we're here. Dynamic. Get this just out of the way. That'll work. All right, that's for persistent rotation. Take photographs. Wait, magnetometer scan and take photographs? With what? We don't have those unlocked yet. I did not realize we need to take photographs and a magnetometer scan because I don't know if we have those. Hold on, let's go ahead and revert this. I don't remember reading those when I was looking at that. I thought it was just like temperature scan and crew report or something. May have some of those experience because of what we have unlocked out of the gate, but they're not the usual ones. Film camera. Removable wingtip pod for the X-15 rocket plane. Okay, so this is the film camera. So it wants us to put this on for science. I forgot the game is muted. But a magnetometer, we do not have that. All right, it's got a micrometeoroid detector. And an SSM, which I don't know what the SSM is. I'm guessing that's what that contract is reading, is whatever the SSM is. I'm guessing. It basically, the contract just reads what experiments you have available and which ones, and compares to the ones that you've already done and says, here, go get this. And so some of the parts may not necessarily be what you think they are. And I'm guessing it's from the X-15 wingtip because it's the only thing we have left as a quote-unquote magnetometer. Unless it's built into something. That'll make it really problematic. Yep. Yeah. It's reading the magnetometer off of one of these Vanguard probes. Yeah, this one is a science experiment measure albedo. This one, the Vanguard 3, has the magnetometer probe built in. All right, we're gonna do a couple of changes. We're gonna go down to 1. Rotating illuminator, because we're at part count limit, or will be. We'll need to launch this at some point anyway, so we can use this as a way to test it. All right, let's save that. All right, but hold on a second. This guy's got to punch the bladder reset button, and I need to heat up some food because I did not eat yet today. So I need to heat up some food, punch the bladder reset, and I'll be right back. So give me just a few minutes. All right, I'm back. Did you miss me? Okay, so I'm having reheated mac and cheese with polo sausage and California blended vegetables, which is basically broccoli, cauliflower, carrots. Tasty mix. Very tasty mix, but too hot to eat at the moment. All right. So now we can go fulfill this contract and get
Science!
All right, crew is once again just going to be Onka. Now I should be able to choose. Wow, why do we have all these other stuff? ASC rover spawn. Let's make sure this works. It works. All right, but we need to turn the volume back up. Yeah, there'll be some syncing like this with some of the stuff because of the scale. All right, so we need to drive over to the launch pad. What do I need to see the hatch? I don't need an artificial horizon. And sometimes we'll be above the terrain, sometimes we'll be slightly in it. It has to do with the stretching to change the scale. And I know we're passing up lots of science by just driving straight over here. However, we're going to get other contracts to get that science later, and other contracts means
Money, money, money!
oh, yeah, you gotta watch out for those train seams that you can't see. All right, so now we're on the launch pad. See, hovering now. All right, we need, well, first milestones. We've returned to the surface. It's because the vehicle jumped over that terrain seam. Oh, okay. Sat 1B, what's up, my friend? I know you can't hear me, but all right, I need what are we doing over here at the launch pad? Taking photographs. All right. All right, taking photographs from launch pad. The details around launch pad will be very popular with people playing the latest computer game, a human space program. A very popular game about a fictional race of creatures that go into space. All right, keep experiment. All right, we need to take photographs from the crawler way as well. Just back it back up here. All right, take photographs. Photographs of the crawlaway. The crawlaway is a long slab of concrete, but your photo might one day make it into an abstract art gallery. I know this can only take so many photographs because it's got physical film that you need to bring back. All right, so now we need to do the magnetometer scan from the admin building. And we need a temperature scan from the crawlerway, which we're already here, so let's go ahead and get our temperature. Log temp. We'll keep that. Alright, now we need this experiment from the admin building, so let's drive back over there. Gotta be careful when we go across terrain seams. But look at all the water and everything. Yep, I remember you, even though I know you can't hear me because you're muted. Or the stream's muted, but yes. I remember. Ah, it's supposed to be the NASA logo, okay. All right, now that we're over here, we can run magnetometer data. Maybe. Maybe not. All right, deploy it. Now we can run magnetometer data. There we go. Yep, and that's what it wanted for the contract. All right, so now we can recover vessel. And we have our first contract, and we got some science. So Saturn, what have you been up to, man? All right, we earned 10 science. Get all the funds for our vehicle back. Okay, you gained 1 XP. You got the first landing on Kerbin ribbon. Because you jumped the rover. And you got the first rover drive ribbon. Alright, so we got some world first milestones for recovering our first crew from our first experiments at home. Alright, the various contract parameters. and the actual contract itself. So we got ourselves a decent amount of money right there with that contract. All right, and the first thing we're going to do, though, is upgrade mission control. One, it gives us 7 max contracts, so we can take more than just 2, right? And it's the first thing we need to do besides upgrading this one level so that we can actually make maneuver nodes and all that stuff. So let's go ahead and spend the 75 grand to upgrade that. All right, and we also want to make sure the clock moves. So we're going to call it a day for our first day and warp the morning. Which I just realized, you know what, there's a mod we forgot. Chronometer. No, we have it. Okay, so why don't we have 12-hour days? Just Brett, yes it is. Today is day 1 of a 1/4 real scale career. I don't know, it has been a hot minute then. I'm pretty much recovered from that. Natsmar, that is that film camera specifically is from Blow Dog Design Bureau. Yeah, just part of Blue Dog. My wrist still bothers me and it just gives out every now and then, but I'm as recovered as I'm gonna get. All right, back to mission control. Let's see what we got. And also, did I not install Career Evolution? That's like the main part of our contract. Did I forget to copy that over? Because I forgot that's also not a CCAN thing. Oh, yeah, it is. I think it is. One moment, please. Nope, I did. I missed it. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. That's problematic. How did we miss that? Yep, Career Evolution contract pack. We missed it.
Shit!
All right, that means that we have to relaunch the game. I can't believe we missed that. All right, I'm gonna Alt F4 out of here. Most of the changes we made will hold. I don't know if we have to restart the career or not. We haven't. We've only done one thing, so it wouldn't be that big of a deal. Right now, we just copy the vehicle over, so we don't have to recreate it. But I do have to relaunch the game in order to be able to get that to work. And we're gonna need to export this again because no, it's the other one will be incomplete. All right, we're gonna replace that one. Remove that attachment and add that back in. All right, so there's the quarter scale install.ccan. That is basically my entire ccan file. You know, basically, if you drop this into your C or load this into your ccan, it'll automatically pull all the mods that I haven't installed available from ccan. You'll still need to manually add Blackrack's Volumetric Clouds from his Patreon, and you'll need to go here to get my rescale to add in for the 1/4 real scale. Right, this is just temporary, but if you wanted to get it started, there it is. If you type in !KSP mods, it'll also bring you over here for this. Okay, now we can go here and close that, don't need any more. Close that, don't need any more. Play. All right. And now we'll wait 22 minutes for the game to reload. All right, so the Career Evolution contract pack, you must use an uncrewed tech tree. Right, so you have to either use probes before a crew or uncurbled start. I'm using uncurbled start tech tree. Right, but it must be one where you use probes or unmanned missions or uncurbled missions basically before doing curbled missions, because it moves the command pods much further down the tech tree. Now we're just waiting for the game to relaunch while I eat. Tasty. When you guys do a boxed mac and cheese, do you guys actually add stuff to it to make it tastier? Or you just eat it plain? And for me, if I do add stuff, I have to sacrifice another box for the cheese mix and just not use the pasta. Or I'll save the pasta and use it for something else later. But because you're adding so much stuff to it, it won't be very cheesy unless you add in a second cheese packet. So this, I just added in some chopped up polo sausage and a bag of frozen veggies. Little indigestion there. So what'd you guys eat today? I know we always end up talking about food at some point. But hey, food's a big part of our lives. Where's Scientic? He probably had pizza. Every time I ask what you guys are eating, Scientic is always saying pizza. We gotta get some screenshots. So this would normally be showing a slideshow of our screenshots, but we haven't taken any. An egg salad sandwich. That's not bad. That sounds pretty good. So yeah, 70,000 patches. You had some greens with coalfish. Oh. Very exotic of you. That's more. I get that way. Like I forgot to eat this morning. Hence why I'm eating now. I'll forget to eat until I feel my blood sugar crash. Especially in the mornings. For whatever reason, I don't get hungry in the morning. Like the feeling of being hungry, I don't get it. Now later today, because now I'm eating, later today I'll actually get the feeling of being hungry. Like a lot of times, like right now it's almost 1 in the afternoon for me, and I'm just now eating. It's only because I forget, because I don't feel hungry, as I said, and then I'll feel my blood sugar crash and I'm like, oh, all right, I need to eat. Yeah, that too. I can hear Delta in the front yard singing. All right. Hope this doesn't mess that up. Because they've only taken that one contract for science. And we're using Pubin's Calm Nebula Skybox. He's got a couple others that are really good. One's a very high resolution version of our Milky Way as seen from Earth. And another one is this Deep Star. The Deep Star one is also pretty good. Pubin doesn't like this one. I do. Oh, and also the other Kareer that we were running at stock scale, I actually imported it over to get the craft files. It doesn't work at 1/4 scale. The craft files do, but like, well, some of them anyway. The rockets. We demonstrated that yesterday or the day before, where we actually launched one of the rockets that we could use, that we used to send Kerbals to orbit the moon and come back, and it barely made orbit at 1/4 scale. All right. Now let's take a settings first. All right, career evolution. All right, good to go there. All right, first flight uncrewed. Okay. We didn't break it. We didn't break it by not having this because we haven't really done anything yet. Okay. All right, field research. We can do another field research mission where we're going to need more photographs. Magnetometer scan, and an atmospheric pressure scan. I don't think we have that. Tiny structures. Don't need that yet. Engineering 101. Yeah, there's our barometer, our normal barometer. I'm wondering if that means that one of the other ones has, you know, I could have swore I hid these already. Okay. It means we likely have another part that already has a barometer on it. Did I take that contract? Nope. We can take more contracts now, so let's go and do early space program. Let's go ahead and grab this first flight uncrewed. Launch your first rocket. We'll take that. Exploration plus. We already have do some science, but we have to do that from a launched vehicle. All right, the field research. That's the one we were just talking about, so we can take that one. Unmanned missions. Let's get a probe in orbit, orbit a probe, and return it safely home. We're not ready for that yet. All right, we're gonna take our vehicle out. And get paid for doing some experiments around the KSC, because There's nothing better than getting science other than getting paid to get science. All right, let's find our first Kerbal utility vehicle. All right, so this one has the magnetometer. That means one of these other ones has a barometer on it. Just gotta figure out which. Oh, that one's got an albedo. This one has temperature. This one has a Geiger counter. This one has an enviro sensor. I don't know what that means, but all right. Oh, never mind. It records atmospheric density. I'm guessing that's the one that they want us to bring. Just double checking. So these are self-contained probes because they're super tiny. Like this is the entire satellite right there, as an example, right? Or with this one with Vanguard 1, right? It is just that super duper tiny. Hence why they're just one part. All right, now puts us one part over. We may have to transmit this time. All right, so to place anywhere, the road, our hazard light, we're gonna have to lose it. All right, Jeb this time is going to drive around and get these two experiments. All right, KSC rover spawn. And then after this, we'll do our first launch of some type of sounding rocket. I do like the first few, like the early stuff that you have to do. You know, like the early rocketry stuff. In fact, actually, do we want to do that, or we want to build an airplane? You know me. Airplane! All right. All right, space building hangar, launch pad, mission control, and mission control. All right, space plane hangar first, because it's right there. All right, hit the brakes. Hey, where's my Kerbal engineer stuff? Kerbal Engineer is not working at the moment for some reason. All right. All right, spaceplane hangar. We need photos. Take photographs. All right, several pictures of the latest generation of space planes have been made their way into the public, and you're being blamed for it. All right, launch pad and then mission control. Well, mission control first, then launch pad. All right, and 1 second, I got a dog going crazy. Alright, sorry about that. Delivery guy in Delta was upset, even though it's a delivery for her. It's Chewy. Okay, so what are we doing here? We need Excalibur. How we doing, man? You doing a 3.4x regular scale? This one's a custom one that I made. So it's 2.7x for the celestial body sizes, which just it happens to make Kerbin at almost exactly 1/4 the size of the Earth. Right, and then it's 5.4 celestial distance. Right, so that which makes the Kerbin moon distance 1/4 the real Earth moon distance. But that also translates to everything else in the Kerbolar system, obviously. Right, you need about 5K delta V to reach orbit. You need, orbital velocity is about 3,800 meters per second around Kerbin, which also means a unit with a very realistic payload to rocket mass ratio. And it's also really, it's what they balanced the stock game around, and then they scaled it down to make it easier for people to learn how to play. But even the stock parts are kind of balanced around a 1/4 real scale. Right, you need a 2-stage rocket to reach orbit. You need a 3-stage rocket to go to the moon or anywhere past, basically. Right, but you end up with much more realistic looking rockets. The thing is, when you go up, when you go up in scale, your velocities climb, And when your velocities climb, your margin of error gets smaller. Right, you can no longer do a 30-degree inclination change in low Kerbin orbit. Right, it's not gonna happen. It requires too much energy. A 3.4x. Are you rebalancing the parts at all? Are you using it? I can't even remember the name of the mod that you can change the dry masses of the parts, right? Because the reason being, like Kerbal parts are made out of stock parts are made out of pig iron and concrete for balance reasons. Pig iron and concrete compared to their real life counterparts. Yep. Orbital mechanic, how we doing? 30-degree inclination change in low LKO. Challenge accepted. Just add more boosters. Yep. I'll get there. That's kind of one of the reasons I was streaming some of this, and it just... But yeah, I'll have to put together a separate guide, just like I needed to do guides for airplanes. I was looking at some other newer YouTube channel that was doing an airplane tutorial for Kerbal, and I'm just like...
That's not how that works.
So... Alright, so we are at mission control, and we need a magnetometer scan, which is this guy. Alright, so let's go ahead and deploy it. Log magnetometer data. All right, we'll keep that. And then we also need an atmospheric pressure scan, which is this guy. Record atmospheric density. All right, and we'll keep that. Yeah, we're using... Oh. So yeah, that's a thing. Yeah, so these are not science experiments. These are actually satellite probes from Blue Dog Design Bureau. But the contract is grabbing their experiments, because they do have inboard experiments. And that's what the contract is grabbing, and we don't have any other magnetometer or barometer at the moment to be able to use. Okay, so now we need another magnetometer scan from the launch pad. That might be problematic. Let's review data. Let's go ahead and transmit this, because I'm not sure if this was meant to be reused. Oh, nice, Imp. For streaming purposes, I've done the no third-person camera once. We did it once. We launched at a moon entirely and landed on a moon, and came back in all in first person. Unfortunately, it's not as exciting as it sounds for people watching. The orbital mechanic, how you been, man? You know, because it's one of those things where, like, chat's like, yeah, do a first person to the moon, do a first person to the moon. Well, there's not a whole lot to see, right? Especially early on, because, you know, doing one of the lander cans, even though I had, you know, one of the IVA, replacement IVAs and everything in it, like the asset IVA, So there's lots of stuff, you know, lots of gizmos and stuff and everything inside, but there's nothing to look at outside. Like, I mean, it's so all you're looking at is those gizmos the whole trip. All right, let's log that magnetometer data. Lots of hole cams, yeah. All right, and that is good to go. So let's go ahead and recover that. And that should be a contract complete. Orbital, I'm not doing too bad. You know, we kind of sort of started streaming Kerbal again last year, but my heart wasn't in it. Right, so I kind of set up a quick and dirty modded... I didn't want to come in here. I set up a quick and dirty modded playthrough at stock scale, and then the more we actually started playing it, the Kerbal bug finally started to bite in again, and it's like, all right, we got to go back to 1/4 real scale. And I deleted the previous 1/4 real scale install that I had because I thought I was done with Kerbal. All right, that is contract complete. Do some science, huzzah. Right, perform experiments around the KSC. We had the various parameters and then the main contract itself. Oof, that's giving us some good money. That does. The big one is, you know, I mean, KSP2
was a shit show.
Right, from the very beginning. It didn't seem like it at first. They lied about a lot of things. Like, I mean, like, straight up lied. Which, it didn't take long to make them to see that it was kind of obvious when you're running into the same issues with, like, wobbly rockets and stuff that you ran into with KSP-1 before it went full release, right? Or the introduction of auto struts. Right, we're back to all that again. And a lot of the same bugs from KSP's early days were all of a sudden back again in KSP2. That only translates one way. You're using the same frickin' code, even though you swore up and down you weren't. That you've rewritten the game from scratch.
Bullshit you did.
Yeah, cascade of bad decisions. And then I know somebody that actually decompiled the code, which is
illegal.
And compared it to KSP1 code, and it was KSP1 code. Right, with just somewhat more modernized graphics bolted on. Right, it wasn't just KSP1 code, it was like 0.9 KSP code. It wasn't even 1.0 KSP code. Or 1.1 KSP code. Hence why all those bugs came back. Or issues. Orbital? Yeah, exactly. I mean, look at this. Well, there's no cloud or no storm nearby, but... yeah, you can make KSP1 with mods. Now looks better than KSP2 ever did. I mean, KSP1 is just a good base canvas. All right, so we have 17.3 science. All right, so we want engineering 101. I'm gonna go ahead and unlock this. I'm not gonna pay for this because we're gonna remove some of these parts that we don't want to ever see again. Courtesy of janitor's closet. We're gonna unlock structures. 80 grand. Why is it 80 grand? Some of these are really expensive. All right, we'll hold on that. We'll unlock them as we need them. Aeronautics. All right, this we're gonna need. I'm gonna unlock that. I'm not gonna unlock or pay for all the development of this, because some of these, like the stock prop stuff, I'm gonna just hide. All right, wings 1. Let's go ahead and unlock it. Oof, 89 grand for all those. All right, no global unlocking. We'll unlock as we need it. And then fabrication is 5. Science, or we can go with basic rocketry. Once we start getting to Agena and stuff like that, let's hold that for a moment. We haven't even gotten to the other stuff yet. All right, let's go in here and hide some of that crap we don't want. And Artemis 2 did bring a wave of people back to KSP 1. In fact, it actually hit its highest concurrency ever. After the Artemis 2 launch. But a lot of it didn't stick. And it brought a lot of people viewing Kerbal and a lot of new people streaming it, but there weren't anybody like teaching it the way that we used to do back in the day. Right? Like the way that, you know, DOS used to teach. I used to teach, you know, EJ to it a little bit. Like there's nobody like teaching. And I wasn't playing Kerbal at the time. I still wasn't into it yet. Or, you know, back into it. All right. Why'd I come in here? Oh yeah, we want to remove some parts that we don't ever want to see again. Like there's some. So we're using SXT, which is an airplane mod, because it has some cool stuff in it, but it's also got a lot of old crap that just doesn't either work or is kind of only partially developed. So we're gonna go ahead and remove some of the stuff so we don't have to look at it anymore. And I didn't realize they added that Blue Dog added an X15, and that's interesting. I didn't realize that. I guess Zorg must have done that. Now, the stock props, in my opinion, are not worth using. Right? They're fun to experiment with for about half a second, and then... All right, so we got rid of those. Astro Pilot, what's going on, my friend? How you doing today? Yeah, first flight uncrewed. All right. Not ready for that yet. Field research. Landed or flying low can be done. Flying high, not so much. That's a problem. We'll have to hold on that climate study of Kerbin. All right, but the experiments around the KSC, we can grab that contract. Probe in orbit. Probe returned safely home. Not yet. Orbit Kerbin. Not yet. Reached space. Not yet. All right, so we need to do our first rocket launch. But we did do a second contract, so we're going to go ahead and warp to the morning. Right, the reason being is that we don't want it to seem like we've unlocked, like, you know, 1/4 of the tech tree and it's still day one of our space program. So what are you up to today, Astropilot? And for anybody that's not wondering who I'm talking to, or once in a while, it's because I'm also streaming to YouTube. And I can't combine the chats. Like, so YouTube can see Twitch chat, but Twitch cannot see YouTube chat. So I'll try to repeat their questions if they answer questions. But if you see me say hi to, or hear me say hi to somebody, and you're like, hey, who's that? It's odds are they're on the other platform. Okay, so...
First rocket.
So we need a good sounding rocket to start off with. So we're going to use the Staputnik. Mounted and unmounted. All right, we're going to put it on the Might. Except we're going to thrust limit this back down slightly. And basically, we'll down by 1/3. We'll give it 2/3 power. Now this, if you've ever used the Staputnik, it is not very aerodynamic. It's going to flip your shit. So to keep your shit from flipping, not only are we going to add fins, we're going to spin stabilize. All right, so we're going to add these in triplicate. We're going to slide these down some. We're going to rotate, and we're going to give it 5 degrees. All right, as that is going to allow this thing to spin, stabilize, so that it won't flip over because of the poor aerodynamics of this, and we don't have any fairings yet to stick this thing in, so. Now we also need to get, I think this thing needs power, and we need to get at least 200 meters off the ground. All right, we can do that. So we're gonna slap some battery in here. Just like that. For some electrical charge, and then we're not gonna recover this. This is a one-way ticket. All right, so this is going to be SR1 or Sounding Rocket 1. Let's go ahead and save it. And let's put it out on the pad. And send it. Blue Dog? Yeah. Blue Dog is gorgeous. And they reworked a whole bunch of stuff and added even more to it. I mean, I went almost 3 years without... I didn't realize it was that long, but I went almost 3 years without playing KSP at all. Oh yeah, look at that. Dude. That's our first screenshot for this save. Because that is just awesome. That is a good screenshot. Just, I mean, yeah, this is...
Yeah, baby. Uh-huh.
Alright, no guidance. It's a dumb rocket. Once we hit the fire button, that's all she had. That's all she blows. Launch vehicle is go. We need a go, no go from chat. Chat is go. We are go for our first launch in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Send it. The sound turned down. It is kind of lackluster. Rockets are too quiet, and jet sounds are too noisy, so we can fix that. You know what? Just because we missed its epicness, we're gonna revert that back to launch because we want that. We want to feel it in our ribs. All right, so headphone users beware. This one's gonna be oh, wrong voice one, but all right. Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Send it. Why isn't KER working? For whatever reason, KER is not working at all. I think this is going to go much higher than intended. I didn't want to go high altitude. All right, we're not going to make it high altitude. This thing has a lot of drag. Yeah, so if you ever wanted to know how you launch the Stay Putnik without your rocket flipping over, that's how you do it. You spin stabilize it. And Car Toys will have to rename this Lawn Dart. The SR1 Lawn Dart. Yeah, the clouds, that is all courtesy of BlackRock. And in 1/4 real scale, yeah. Wait till you see the thunder and lightning storms and everything in them. And we reloaded for whatever reason. KER decided to go. Oh, wrong one again.
There we go.
Yeah. KER took a dump. Car Toys, you can go higher, but it starts to get, you start getting silly with it. 1/4 real scale is basically your payload to mass ratios are almost exactly in line with real rockets. You can go higher, however, you end up just kind of just making these bastardized versions of stuff. Right, like asparagus staging out the wazoo and all kinds of stuff that just takes the realism out of it. Right, I've even seen a lot of people play, you know, they're like, oh, I'm playing RSS-RO. Well, you probably shouldn't be if you're building rockets still that way. Right, type of thing where you just like making a big old asparagus stack, right, together to put something into space. I mean, if you're still building that and you're playing RSS-RO as an example, you're kind of, I mean, you do you, but all right, that is our first launch. So back to the Space Center. Yeah, Imp. Yeah, once you play this way, it's hard to go back. I mean, at least with like BlackRock's clouds and all that. Yeah, dude, it's like wow. And parallax. It's also hard to go back to stock scale after playing 1/4 real scale. It really is. All right, world first milestones. We've launched our first vessel. We've broken a speed record of 25 meters per second, 80 meters per second. Broken altitude record of 1,000 meters. Broken altitude record of 2,500 meters. We broke a speed record of 250 meters per second. We have broken a land distance record of 1 kilometer. We have broken an altitude record of 8,500 meters. We have broken a land distance record of 3 kilometers. Right, in our first flight, uncrewed. And we unlocked, you know, we didn't really use strategy in our other save that much. We should probably use it a little bit more. Right, like local science plus 20% bonus to KSC science. Setup cost 5,000. Reputation at least 25. All right, we can do this. It'll also give us a bonus to the KSC Science, which we'll be getting from those other contracts, so we may as well grab it. Yep. Don't have enough rep for local science too. All right, let's go ahead and warp a day to clean up the pad. All right, this is why I didn't want to go in the upper atmosphere, is there's another contract here for upper atmosphere flight. All right, so we'll take that. All right, carbon line, uncrewed. We're not ready for that one yet. I don't want to do it. I don't want to go to space just yet. Orbit Kerbin, nope. Reach for the stars, nope. This is also just past the carbon line. Perform targeted scanning experiments on Kerbin. Ice caps, highlands, and the cold ocean. Oof. Those would be very difficult at this early stage of the game. Highlands, yes. Ice caps and cold ocean, no, because those are far. And I mean...
Far.
Right, they're 500 to 600 kilometers in stock scale. So these are going to be significantly further away. All right, part testing. These we can do. Well, some of them. We got to look at the parameters. Always, even in this vanilla game, always looking at the parameters because for the part testing, because some of them are just stupid. Right, like test a parachute onto trajectory out of the solar system. Why? Test keyhole, return capsule, retro pack at the launch site. I don't know if we have this unlocked. Yeah, we'll take it. All right, test the PSSM-6M.625 payload separation mechanism. While landed at Kerbin, that we can do. Test Vanguard interstage splash down at Kerbin. Technically, we can do that one too. We just launch it into the water. So we can, but even so, this is another thing. Why are you going to test in a rocket interstage in the water? I mean, yeah, we can do it, but it doesn't make sense. It's not a situation with which you would ever use it. All right, so I'm not going to actually take that contract. Yes, we can do it, but it would be silly. All right, conduct a focused observational survey of Kerbin. Take a crew report in flight below 18,500 meters near Valentina's Whim. That we can do. And I don't think this is going to be that far. All right, conduct a focused observational survey of Kerbin above 17,600 meters. That's a problem. Yeah, these are high altitude. We're not ready for those yet. Yep, and that's go to orbit stuff. All right, so first up, let's go high altitude. And that's what, yeah, I mean, they'll learn something from it, right? I mean, as I said, you do you, but it seems strange to me to be jumping in, you know, because they want the real solar system, but they've never played Kerbal, and it's like you're trying to teach yourself to swim in the ocean with one arm and one leg tied behind your back. Odds are you're gonna drown. All right, so we're simpletons, so we are. Oh, yeah, we need to name this the lawn dart. And delete the other one. Yep, delete it. All right, so this should get us high altitude, and this is going to be the SR2 Lawn Dart 2. We're not even going to decouple it. We're just going to let this engine burn this engine. All right, the goal is to go high altitude, but not space. All right, let's put it out on the launch pad. Never said it was smart. Just that it may make them happy. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, car toys, I'd say about 3.2x scale is probably the max without getting silly with your building. Or unless you start rebalancing the parts to reduce their dry masses. There's a mod to do that, and I can't remember what the hell it's called off the top of my head. Lawn Dart 2 is go for launch. We need a go, no go from chat, but the vehicle checks out. And chat is go. We are go for launch in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Send it. I thought I was gonna blow that one up. I thought it would blow the other one up. It didn't. It should have. But it didn't. So we're not going high altitude today. Alright, so I guess I can't be cheap and have to put in a decoupler. Being cheap is usually an expensive mistake.
God!
Next time I buy a motorcycle helmet, I want it made out of Stay Putnik. Oh man, that's funny. Look at the grass though, dude. That is ridiculous. Imp. Yeah. All right, point 8 science. All right, what's warp a day? Let's warp 2 for cleanup and, you know, recovery. Yeah, it's hard to believe that it's KSP sometimes. Alright, so there's another way to do this without putting in a decoupler. I can still be cheap. You just gotta be smart. Boom! But we'll have to add an antenna. And then I may as well add kaboom to the rest of it. That way we don't have to worry about it coming back at all. All right, and send it. We still gotta build out our first plane for some local science as well. At some point. Okay. Launch vehicle is prepped. We need a go, no go from chat. Yeah, spread the wreckage around. Hey, everybody needs a piece every now and then. Chat is once again go for launch, and in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, send it. First stage is almost out of fuel. Alright, we popped the first stage. Second stage is going, but I think we're not going to make it because we're too far curved over, which we don't have any control over that. Yep, nope, we're still not going high altitude. All right, we've lost control of the vehicle. Let's go ahead and terminate. Here in 3, 2, 1. Boom! I like kaboom. Onka, initial TWR? No, but I can get higher secondary TWR. That first stage is maxed out unless I change engines. Let's look. Imp, yeah, you can blow up any part, basically. But to me, it's good. We have to spin stabilize. All right, we don't have any guidance. So the only way to keep it stable, if you don't spin stabilize a State Putnik, it's just going to flip ass over tea kettle. Yeah, Imp, Kaboom, you can set it to an action group or whatever. You can also just do it through the part action window in the paw. World first milestones. We've broken a land distance record of 10 kilometers. Right, but basically I kind of use it as like a range safety. You know, you're basically blowing the tanks, as it were, to blow the rocket apart. You know, to keep it from coming down as one whole big whole thing. Get rid of all the explosive power in the in the sky. Yeah, part of it is also it really bent when we blew up the first stage from being cheap. But it's also the first stage doesn't have a very high TWR, like Onka pointed out. Right, so we're spending more time in that thicker atmosphere that's pulling on it. Yeah, these are really tiny. The Sergeant motors are really tiny. I mean, we could just go liquid fueled, but where's the fun in that? I mean, I could just put together one of the early rockets and we just defuel it so it doesn't go into space for that first time. All right, so we can look at one of the early rockets. I gotta look up Blue Dog's design wiki here real fast. And we can look at the Scout. Which is the smallest launch vehicle. Isn't it the engine? That's the A7. Oh, this one has... Okay. This one has the Kerbalized names. We have... that's the problem with the guide. Is some of these have Kerbalized names, some of them have their real names. And we're using a mod, a secondary mod that goes along with Blue Dog to use their real names. So we're gonna have to ad-lib it. I'm pretty sure it's starting with the solid rocket motor, not the payload. Yep. Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay. Which one is this? That one's atmospheric density. Geiger counter. Yeah, this one just makes a big balloon. That's how they measured the density back then. I think it's supposed to be that one. Even this, it should be enough to get us to high altitude, actually. Should. Wait, this is the 20. Where's the 10? That's the 13. There weren't. I don't think there's a fairing on this. Hold on. Is it Scout or Vanguard? What was Explorer 1 launched on? Because I don't think it was in a fairing. It wasn't. That's what I thought. Yeah, so Explorer 1 was basically just... It was part rocket motor itself. Okay. And it was a 4-stage rocket. The Juno 1 booster. All right. What is... Oh, can't have been. Was it? Oh, yeah. Okay, it was. It was launched like this. That's right. Okay, it had the Sergeant Rocket. Okay, it's not this way. It's this way. Yeah, it was done that way, and then... Basically, this is what was in that case. When we look at this image, that's what's inside of this case. It was rotating. Early rockets were very strange. Right? They had to come up with all kinds of strange ways to make things work. See? Basically, it was like that. This might go to space. We'll see if it even works. If it doesn't flip like crazy out of the gate. All right, we're just gonna call this Explorer Test. Save it. Send it. We don't want it to go to space. Alpha, what's up, my friend? How you doing today? Oh, real rockets. What's up, Monkey? Yeah, and this is from Blue Dog Design Bureau. All right, we need a go, no go from chat before we blow ourselves up. And this is going to be a screamer, most likely. And chat is go. We're going to do a reduced countdown here of 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Send it. Yep. I forgot that fires that way. That's all right. We're still gonna get the high altitude without going to space. TWR is good night. All right, let's go ahead and deploy our experiment. Record atmospheric density and transmit it home. Oh, we never set our kaboom, but I could probably still blow it. But I want to see what happens when our balloon comes back. I know you want to as well. Oh, there's reaction wheels on this? I didn't realize that. I didn't think any of these had reaction wheels. Uh-oh. Please don't hit anything. It might be more of a lawn dart than a lawn dart. Yeah, you'd think. I don't think it's actually calculating it. No. It's not. Well, yep. You better bounce. That works too. All right. All right, back to the Space Center. Yeah, if the VAB collapsed, I'd probably have to end the stream. I figured 50-50 of the VAB just being destroyed right there. It'd been kind of funny. All right, world first milestones. We've broken a speed record of 790 meters per second. And we've broken an altitude record of 26.5 kilometers. Also, at this scale, if you're wondering, the Kármán line's at 84 kilometers. All right, upper atmosphere uncrewed. And new strategies available. Netzel, yeah, I probably would have fallen out of my chair laughing. Because it'd have been pretty funny. All right, warp a day for pad cleanup. All right, what else we got? Past the Kármán line, suborbital. Let's not do that just yet. Same with that. Yeah, this one's for Tundra, Cold Ocean. Wouldn't mind doing these, but those are really far away. Oh, that's right. We have our part testing. Oh, that's tested in orbit. Don't want to do that. Let's get a probe in orbit. All right, let's do our part tests. We have a couple of part tests to do. We may need to pay to open up the horizontal and vertical testing pads, though. Yep, horizontal test pad. 50 grand. Go ahead and open it. Where's the vertical? Where's the vertical test pad? All right, well, we have the horizontal one. Let's go ahead and build our test cage, basically, is what we're going to do. Oh, we don't have to. I forgot. Alpha, this has a command pod built into it, basically, right? Your test stands? I think they do. These make it very nice for testing stuff. All right, and again, these are from Alpha Mense's launch pads. He's got horizontal creators, test stands, and vertical test stands. So what do we need to test here? Test the keyhole return capsule retro pack. And the 0.62 meter payload separation mechanism. All right, so we need to test this tiny thing. It's so tiny, it's so cute. All right, so we're gonna need to rig up something to attach it to. Oh, that's the cubic strut. That's not what I was looking for. Where's the... I guess it's not in that. All right, let's go ahead and unlock this. All right, we can turn them off for this one. That's weird. All right, because we also need to test this specific decoupler, so we can put that on the retro pack on one side, this on the other. So this is part of the keyhole system. So if you look up the actual, like how we did the early spy satellites, they had physical film, right? And their film would dissolve in water, so the Soviets couldn't get it, or anybody else, wouldn't be able to get it. And so they would the satellites were of limited use, right? And they would eject their film cartridge, right, in a return capsule, and it would have to re-enter, and then an airplane would have to grab it out of the sky as it came down, because if it hit the water over the ocean, it would dissolve the film. Yeah, the Corona project. It's pretty wild what they came up with. And there's pictures of it too. If you Google it, you'll find pictures. All right, we need the SSM 6 or the PSSM 6M. All right, PSSM 6M. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of different decouplers in Blue Dog. Oh, that's right. The vertical stand I have to unlock from the VAB. Forgot about that. All right, horizontal test pad. Yeah, the early spy satellite stuff was bonkers. You know, they actually even wanted to do manned. Well, I'm sure you do, Alpha, but they actually wanted to do manned spy satellites, like an actual, like a single-person crew capsule. He's in there with a camera, like a film, you know, an old-school film camera. Well, why is this all covered in grass? I like the way the grass looks, but all right. We're gonna start a grass fire right now, so. All right, let's go ahead and test this first. Alright, we got the one contract complete. Why didn't this one complete? Is there more than one decoupler called that? This is the PSSM 6M 0.625 meter payload separation mechanism, which is what that is. There's no run test option. Maybe I need to do it here. Yep. Had to stage it. There we go. Now that contract's complete. All right, now we can recover that. It's basically a speed-loaded decoupler that bunk and gives it enough push to separate. A lot of the decouplers in Blue Dog actually have like mechanical mechanisms for separation. They even have one that's basically two weights on strings that are spring loaded that eject, and as the strings unravel, they spin stabilize the payload. All right, let's go ahead and warp a day for cleanup. All right, so now we have another contract to grab a little bit more science around the KSC and get paid for it. All right, so we're gonna need our little truck. All right, so we need to take photographs of the VAB. We need a Geiger counter and a magnetometer and a temperature scan. Okay, we have that. All right, Geiger counter. One of these has a Geiger counter on it. Atmospheric density. This one has Geiger counter. Then we need the one that says magnetometer, which is one of the Vanguards. Magnetometer. Yeah, and a lot of these early rockets failed like crazy. All right, we only need one crew, so Valentino will run this. We have our new KSC rover spawn. There it is. Yeah. They definitely came up with some interesting ways to try to do stuff, right? Tone Stack, what's up, man? Nope. This is still to stock planets and moons, just at 1/4 real scale. All right, the 1/4 real scale makes Kerbin almost exactly 1/4 the size of the Earth. Right, it's basically 2.7 times larger than vanilla, and all the celestial bodies are scaled up that way. And then the distance between celestial bodies are 5.4 times greater, which makes the Kerbin moon distance 1/4 the Earth moon distance. Hence, 1/4 real scale. And then everything else is just scaled off of that at the same rate. All right, we gotta go take pictures from the VAB. Gotta watch those terrain seams. Sometimes I wonder if the way they had to do the terrain is one of the reasons why they went with the scale that they did. Because when you scale up like this, the terrain seams get a lot more noticeable, and they can ruin your day. And if you go up even larger in scale, they get way worse. Right, it has to do with the floating point calculations in 3D space. There's only so many decimal places that the Unity engine allows. Okay, so we're at the VAB. We need to take photos, so we're gonna go ahead and take photographs. All right, the VAB is so tall you had to lay on the ground to fit it in the frame. You've won a $50 prize for the abstract photo contest with this image. All right, and then we need to hit the spaceplane hangar over there for the Geiger counter. Alright, I think this is the guy. Nope, the other one is. This one. Alright, now we need the magnetometer scan from the KSC, which is going to be harder to see without Kerbal Engineer working right now. And we also need to hit the runway. Alright, so the runway we can do. There's a weird spot to hit just KSC. Sometimes you can just get that here, but otherwise there's a triangle over near the tracking station. All right, temperature scan from here. Oh, driving through the grass. I think it's this spot right here. Guess we'll find out right now. Oh, that's right. We had to... No, it's magnetometer scan, right? Yeah, magnetometer scan. It's this guy. Yep, that's the KSC right there. All right. Let's recover that, and that should be contract complete. All right, 4.2 science. And Val got her landing on Kerbin ribbon and Kerbin rover drive ribbon. And that is some contract completions right there. All right, what's our first crude milestone here? Break the sound barrier. Yep. All right. I think it's time to make our first plane. Yep, this one's a low altitude. We can do that one as well. All right, time to make our first airplane. I know I ask this all the time, but who does not like making airplanes? Oh, these are... Oh, even... Don't we have an engine? Oh, that's because this is from a different thing. We need that guy. Saturn, you love it? I enjoy it. All right, that's going to be our main fuselage. Now we need fuel. Don't need much fuel for this. I don't know if these wings work. These are from SXT. As I said, some of the stuff that they have just does not work anymore. It's not where the wings are going to go. I just need to build the wing first. Isn't it supposed to have controls or other smaller control surfaces for this? Yep, there they are. Except I think with SXT, these deploy funky. Like that. Yeah, that's a problem. There's no remove from symmetry option. Oh, there it is. All right, need our flaps. And ailerons. This is gonna be roll only. I'm gonna have to redo these just so that they're in the same spot before I separate them from... Oh, and because I angled everything, it's... Yeah, I gotta reset the wing and do that again because of the way that these all move around. Just so I can attach it. Let me know what I'm doing right now. Let me know what that does and what it's called. That I did it on the wrong piece. Let's try that again. What I just did is fairly critical for aircraft. The Bob Ross paints. It's part of Textures Unlimited, and I have the Textures Unlimited RD something, basically turd, literally. But yeah, it allows me to recolor some stuff. But only like stuff on some stock parts and some mods, not everything. What mod is this one from? That's Airplane Plus, and it looks like that garbage. Not sure how well these work anymore, right? Because the aerodynamics got redone in the base game after these parts were released, and they were never touched again. So some of the SXT stuff, the aerodynamic properties don't work. Or they're off the scale ridiculous. What I should do, actually, is this. Car toys, that's the idea. Ultimately is something similar to that. Where you just use throttle to control altitude. Scaling this down could be a bad idea. But we'll see. All right, Kerbal Plane 1 Alpha, and we'll call this one the Sparrow. All right, Jebediah Kerbin has volunteered, because of course he did, to see if he can get this thing to fly. I don't know if this is actually going to fly, because of these, as I said, these wings are weird with, these are not Airplane Plus, these are SXT. So we'll see if this works as a little Cessna. Alright, because I don't know if this is going to work or not, we're going to call this a simulation. Sinjet, how we doing? What is that noise from? I don't know what that grinding noise is from. Ah, there we go. Landing gear don't like being tweak scaled, just FYI. Yeah, we were sunk into the ground because of the scale change. Oh, you're not supposed to be in that in any axis. Interesting. Yeah, this thing does not turn well. At least it flies. Got nukes. What's up, man? So you got our meds and good dinner. All right. Imp, it's partly from a mod that I have installed that'll give visuals when you're on like dirt or terrain or something like that. But the reason the wheels are sunk into the ground is from the change in scale. Right, the floating point accuracy of the map tiles. Nukes, how you doing, buddy? Even at least this has an IVA. Most of the SXT stuff doesn't have an IVA. Well, it's at least somewhat viable. All right, since we called that one a simulation, we'll go ahead and revert it back. We gotta go ahead and just max out the landing gear on its spring rate. That's what all that noise is coming from. $31 parts. All right, so we can add some stuff to this, like an antenna, battery. don't even think we have any aviation lights unlocked yet. Not to mention it would eat up our part count. All right, that'll be our oversized antenna for communications. Battery. All right, 34 parts, so now we can add in some science experiments. I'll bind these to an action group. All right, we'll bring them down a little bit so they don't not, because they're pretty monstrous. This is a tiny aircraft, just FYI. This is really tiny. All right, and then we need our camera. Action groups. All right. Take photographs. Yeah, we don't have any aviation lights yet. Of course not. Even those are just going to be absolutely monstrous. Scale them down a little bit, but at least now we have a couple of lights. They're not aviation lights, but that's all right. We don't know we need aviation lights yet in our space program. We're not so smart. Hedgehog with a stand up. What's up, Hedgehog? I keep forgetting Hedgehog to add in a was up or something to do with those. It has a very dog-like nose. It kind of does. All right, so before we go for our first flight and actually for those contracts and get some of our first flight science, this guy's got to punch the bladder reset button. So hold that thought, and this guy will be right back. right, I'm back. My bladder thanks you for your patience, and because I just enjoy doing this.
It's funny, all of these sodas. Oh,
Not that. All the sodas sound different when you do this. Some are more satisfying than others with that sound. You want a Hot Pocket channel points redeem? I don't need Hot Pockets, though. But yeah, I have to do something about, like, make... channel points for some type of introduction or something like that. All right, we got our camera set, we got our experiment set. Jebediah is gonna fly. Let's hope he doesn't crash it. All right, so this thing is very difficult to steer. When you it doesn't want to steer, and then when it does steer, it's like really far over exaggerated. All right, and we have to look and see how far we actually have to fly. Hopefully, it's not that far. We haven't fully tested this plane. We didn't test it for. Fizz warp flying. Luckily, I don't think we have to go very far. This is the furthest we got to go. All right, so we'll grab this. It's a crew report from over here, which I forgot to action group. And then back over here and then land. So we don't actually have to fly very far. Oh, why are you doing that? Okay, there we go. We forgot to reset these. Now this is not gonna. This is not a fast airplane. I'm just trying to do something different from our typical tail draggers. All right, we get long temperature here, flying over the shores. We'll keep it instead of transmitting it, as I don't actually need that experiment for these contracts. We just need a crew report and barometer. There's no auto struts on any of these parts because I figure the aircraft's so small and so light, other than landing gear, which automatically default the heaviest part. I don't know how this is going to work if we go into Fizz warp. Physics warp could be a bad idea, but only one way to find out. Oh, wings move a little bit, but not so bad. Oh, I don't need the camera either, so we can use it. Take photographs. Take a picture of whatever the camera is pointing at. Pretty. Yeah, so the island runway is out there. But see how much nicer just everything just looks so good at this scale. Right, it just works well. I gotta remember that we're flying in 4x Fizz Warp. Just Brett, yeah, the clouds are black racks. Yeah, the clouds are insane, aren't they? And the water is also black rock, and the atmospheric scattering is also black rock. Oh, we're where we're supposed to be. Let's get that crew report because I forgot to. Action group that. All right, so now we need to head over to Ripley's Dawn. As I said, this is a very tiny airplane. Oh, that's right. We don't even have auto struts unlocked yet, so it doesn't matter. Yeah, you don't get auto struts until you unlock the actual strut part in one of the structural nodes. And this is even without camera tricks. Right, camera tricks meaning like changing the field of view. Like that. Like, just look at that. Look at that cloud base over there. And this plane does not fly fast at all. Hey, we should have knots on here instead of this. It's all right, just like Kerbal Engineer isn't working either for whatever reason. When we had to reload, looks like Speed Unit Annex and Kerbal Engineer decided to not work today. Look at that. Oof. Yeah, baby. All right, we got our second one. Now we're back to the KSC. As we don't necessarily want to fly into that anyway, that storm front. David, what's up, man? Onka, I'm pretty sure I did. Because janitor's closeted the parts anyway. I thought I switched it to partless. Yeah, but that might be why that's not working, but it still doesn't mean why speed unit annex isn't working. In fact, let me take a look at that because I can do that from here. Yeah, set the knots. All right, let's try to turn that off. Yeah, speed unit annex isn't working. You dare me to glide? That'd be easy enough. We're not that far away and we got a lot of altitude. Yeah, it didn't read it as a plane, it was a ship. There we go. Yep, there it is. There we go. 145 knots. There we go. That's what I'm looking for. Everyone makes tail draggers? I don't know that many people have made tail draggers. In fact, I'm one of the few that's ever made tail draggers. Tail draggers are a pain in the ass, though. But good catch, Umka. It didn't automatically detect this as an airplane. Jebediah being Jebediah. He's using the space shuttle approach. Yeah, flaps are really gonna slow us down. All right. There you go, David. We glided back just fine. All right, let's go ahead and recover that. I don't recommend that landing approach, just FYI. All right, so there are a couple things we need to change on this before we put it away for the day. The airplane, that is. I still don't really like this plane. All right, we brought back 16.9 science. Jeb got a research 1 and a distance record ribbon. We've broken a land distance record of 32 kilometers for world first. And we got our focus survey money for both of those. Let's go ahead and jump in here. We got to fix the flaps. Flaps need fixing. I need to add Kareer report to the science action group. All right, we got to remove the controls from these. The science action group. Add Kareer report. All right. And this, I'm gonna downscale that. It just seems too big. There we go. That'll reduce its abilities, but it is a functional airplane. Not my favorite, but let's go spend some science. Because they might be able to eat already obsolete. Apply that to obsolescence. There we go. I figured out the right obsolete word eventually. Or form of obsolete. I also have more than enough money to upgrade that, so let's go ahead and get a real runway going. And a real launch pad. All right. And survivability. Gadgets. Stability. Early aviation. Didn't aeronautics give us some stuff? Yes. Better cockpits. I could have made a tail dragger. We might do that, actually. We can make a better airplane. Could have swore I hid these. Oh, we'll still see him in the tech tree, though. That's why. Alright, I'm gonna go ahead and pay for those. Let's go ahead and pay for those. We have the money. Alright, let's grab those. Oh, that's what I was looking for earlier, is the modular girder segment. Let's grab that, pay for those. Basic rocketry, I don't want to do that just yet. Gadgets we can unlock for more science stuff. Don't want to unlock that yet either. Yeah, Blue Dog gives us a whole lot of stuff early on. Weird going to 100% science after playing 50% science. Yeah, let's go ahead and research early aviation. We won't be using these, so I'll be hiding them. Let's go ahead and unlock wings 2 and pay for those. Alright, that leaves us with 10 science. Let's go ahead and warp a day. We've completed our first week. In-game week of our science program. It's nice and foggy, so no flying today, so let's go ahead and warp to sunrise and the next day. Nice clear weather. Alright, let's go to mission control. See what surveys we have. That's a high altitude. Nope. High altitude. Nope. High altitude. No. I probably should have checked these first because these are not going to expire for a little bit. All right. How many contracts do we have active? None. All right. Let's go ahead and take this one for suborbital trajectory. Revolution. Early spaceogram. Kármán line uncrewed. Let's take that one. Kerbin, yeah, we're not ready for that yet. Field research. Perform experiments around the KSC. We'll grab that one. Targeted scanning. Yeah, the problem is these are too far away. Perform atmospheric pressure scans. Same thing. Too far away. Climate study of Kerbin. Mountains, Badlands, really far away. Southern Ice Shelf, really far away. Deserts, Badlands. All right. Those will have to wait until we have jets. Those are far. And that's orbit. All right, well. All right, let's get suborbital. Oh, wait. Why did I come back in here? I wanted to hit the VAB. All right, I'm trying to have this where we can advance just a little bit faster than previous careers. Now, the last one that we were doing, the stock seal one, which we still have. I didn't delete it. It's still there. 50% science, though, is slow. All right. We had started building this as a test, but we can build out the rest of it. All right, we need our decoupler. It must be that one. Yep, it is. Okay. Do need to detune these though, because look at that thrust to weight. If I remember correctly, they were pretty high thrust to weight anyway, but maybe not that high. Oh, I gotta have it some reaction wheel. All right, now we need fuel tanks. Pretty sure it's not that one. $160 liquid fuel tank. Which one is that? Pretty sure it's that one. Yeah, I don't think we have this unlocked yet for what I'm actually trying to make with this. I don't think I have the actual part unlocked for this. I think this is more for something else. I think we should probably try Vanguard first. Let's try Vanguard first. All right, so we need Vanguard 1. Yeah, with the 248 configuration. But I think I need... yeah, a small decoupler in there. All right, now I need the spin decoupler. Oh wait, not that one. I need that one. Where's the spin decoupler? Oh, it's the motor decoupler. One that has two little motors to start spinning it up. I saw it earlier. There they are. All right, now I need the fairing base. It can't be that one. Which one is it? I don't think it's this one. Yep, that's the Able, not the Vanguard. Okay, that's why. That makes more sense. All right. Now we need the Vanguard guidance unit. Yeah, it looks like this is big. It's not. It is tiny. All right, we need the Alpha liquid engine and 2 retro motors. Okay, I'm guessing it's that engine. The AJ10. Yep. With the other config, which U1037. Yep, 37-6 actually, but all right. I think that's the engine I need to use. All right, now with the interstage adapter. Oh, I still need the retro engines for this. Which are... I don't think that's them, though. Still not 100% certain that we actually have everything unlocked that we're supposed to have unlocked. Vanguard retro motor. There we go. Okay, that's the size. Okay. Now I need the interstage. So many pots. All right. So many parts. Just to give you an idea how small this is, and this stage is 0.6. It is half a meter. It's less than 0.625. It's half a meter. It's 0.5 instead of 0.625. This is like 0.3 something. Right, this is not a very big rocket. All right. Do we have a Vanguard? How did Vanguard launch anyway? I don't remember. I think the Vanguard program was also mostly just a failure. Oh, launch rail. Well, kind of, sort of. Virus, yeah, we're gonna launch a satellite, but we're gonna go suborbital first, but we'll probably let the satellite go. I don't have a big rocket. All right, I deserve that after what I said at the start of the stream. But Virus, yes, we're going to be launching a satellite here eventually once I figure out how we're gonna set this up for launch. All right, it'll get that, and we're gonna need where is modular launch pads? There we go. Wait, is it that or all right, let me save this real quick. Save. We gotta go over to R&D and take a look at the other launch pads. Lucas, your very first launch in Kerbal? Good luck, man. You want some professional advice? Space is that way. But yeah, Lucas, if you have any questions, though, the Kerbal community is awesome, right? Given like brief tutorials and stuff on how to do things. This install isn't necessarily the best to do tutorials in because they have a lot of complex stuff going on, and the increase in scale, but the fundamentals are still the same. All right, always. All right, so here's the rule of thumb when it comes to Kerbal. It's the same way like the army, right? It's check, recheck, and check again. Right? Check your staging. Do you have parachutes? Do you need parachutes? If you're coming back, you're going to need parachutes. Right? Are they in the proper staging? Are they set properly for atmospherics? Right? You don't want to deploy too fast because they'll break. You don't want to deploy too low because then you won't stop. All right, Lucas, does it have the Stay Putnik on top of it? Is the nose of the rocket the Stay Putnik? Is the nose of the rocket the Stay Putnik probe? The round probe? Is that the nose of your rocket? All right, the part name is Stay Putnik. Like, are you using a fairing as the nose of your rocket, or are you using the big circle, the circle probe piece, the sphere piece? That's literally called the Stay Putnik. Using a fairing, okay. I ask because the Stay Putnik is not very aerodynamic. Okay, so Lucas, I'm guessing then that you doing sandbox. And not career, is that correct? Oh, because you're feeling generous? Keep my face out of the ass end of the rocket? Got it. Alpha, are you still there? Alpha, if you're out there, do you have a Vanguard launch stand, or do you just use the redstone? Like, do you have one specific for it? And we'll just put on a redstone launch clamp. Yeah, for anybody that's new, when I do launches, I like to, after testing the rocket, make sure the rocket's going to work. I like going very elaborate on the launch towers, using Alpha Mince's launch pads with lights, cameras, the whole thing, because it's pretty. You can get some pretty cool screenshots and just cool launch shots in general. Yeah, so this rocket is only 16 meters tall. Under structural. Yes. So basically, that's how Vanguard more or less launched. Right, and kind of more of a robust launch fueling apparatus, but more or less it was just this. All right, hope our staging is correct. Seems like a lot of Delta V, but there's a lot of losses with this. All right, goal is to go suborbital. All right, save it and send it. Ah, it's not hollow. Okay. Good to know now that I just hit launch. So, Alpha, do you have a launch stand specifically for Vanguard or not? Do you just use one of the generic ones? right, we gotta go back because otherwise we're gonna blow this rocket up. You're almost fully fueled, Lucas. What do you mean by almost fully fueled? When you put the rocket on a pad, it's fully fueled. It's in the launch stand's tech node. I was just looking in there. I mean, unless you're using a mod, right? Or you're using in situ refueling. I'm assuming you're playing vanilla, meaning unmodded. If you're brand new, I would assume so. Under launch plates or launch stands? Launch stands. All right, we have the science. So let's go ahead and unlock that and pay for those. Okay. Yeah, I thought so. I just wasn't sure if there's one specifically for this rocket or not. And let's double check to make sure that this is flipping. Nope, it switched back. Now we're partless. That'll explain why we didn't have it earlier. All right. Oh, that's right. Yours aren't searchable that way. Okay. There we go. Vanguard launch stand. Yeah, I don't have all the redstone parts unlocked yet. So I decided to switch back over and go Vanguard. Because I like to be difficult. You should know this by now. Do you have any specific Vanguard umbilicals or nope? The droopies in particular? All right. And once Kerbal will bite you, you're doomed. You are not wrong once in a while. I can't see exactly where that actually hooks in. Good enough. All right. Save it. Send it. All right, the goal is suborbital, not orbital. Even though the upper stage of this, did I tune it? Shit. We may have forgotten to tune the SRB. I didn't pay attention to what the SRB's thrust to weight was at the top. It might be high. Not sacred. You got, yeah. The Artemis 2 launch brought in a lot of people back. Hey, our Kerbal engineer is back. Sweet. Okay, headphone users, beware. This may be quite loud, but it's gonna be glorious. All right, let's get guidance set. I had to move that over, 'cause I can't read it when it's behind there. Guidance says go. Upper stage is go. First stage is go. Rocket is go for launch. We need a go, no go from chat. And chat is go. We are go for launch in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4. Main engine start. 2, 1. And away we go, all nice and slow. Vanguard was not a very powerful rocket. Alright, yeah. This is too much. Too much info over here. I don't need all that. All right, vehicle supersonic, Mach 1, passing max Q. All right, coming up on main engine cutoff. We have Miko. Oh, I have those in the wrong stage. That's all right. Oh, we're going to space. We have good fairing deploy. Actually crank it way back over here, because I don't want it to go to orbit. All right, stand by for second stage cutoff. That is pretty cool. We're gonna go way too high. I didn't mean to go to high space. Not just high space, we're leaving the solar system, or the Kerbin system. Yeah. All right. We're gonna go back and call that a simulation because yeah, we don't want to go that high. That imparted way too much energy. Yeah, I forgot to tune this. Thrust to weight is 6. We need a smaller motor anyway. All right, now it doesn't have enough delta V to get to orbit, no matter what we do. But it is more than enough to go suborbital, which is what we want. All right, save it. All right, let's try this again. This time for real. Giggity. Yeah, suborbital, we don't want to go high orbit, and we don't want to leave the... Well, we skipped orbit and went... took a interplanetary space, which is what we don't want. Not yet, anyway. We don't want to go into orbit around the sun. Even though the early space program did send quite a few things in orbit around the sun. A lot of stuff that we tried to go to the moon, send to the moon, ended up in stellar orbit. Alpha, yeah, it does. I had the upgraded variant too. Activated. Alright, let's kill all that. Alright, need a go, no go from chat. Oh, I do need to add. And chat is go in 5, 4, main engine start. 2, oh, there we go. I double tapped the space bar by accident. Because of course I did. Alright, Mach 1, vehicle supersonic. Alright, just over 1 minute into the flight. We're now 10 kilometers downrange distance from the KSE, passing an altitude of 11 kilometers. And we are coming up on Mach 1.5. Alright, coming up on main engine cutoff. Oh, I forgot to flip those around. Alright, we have good stage separation. We're now 2 minutes, 10 seconds into the flight. We're 65 kilometers downrange distance from the KSC, passing an altitude of 51 kilometers. And we are going suborbital for certain. Should be coming up on fairing deploy momentarily. We have good fairing deploy. There's our tiny little payload exposed to space. The vehicle is not yet in space. Vehicle has now crossed the Kerbin line for the first time. The Kerbin line, rather. All right, and we have cutoff, and this part is just super cool. That spin decoupler is... I like it. It just, once you activate that, you're not changing your trajectory anymore. And yeah, this is Blue Dog. It's the Vanguard rocket. Alpha, did any of the Vanguards work in real life, or did they all fail? MG, they do. All right, and we have booster cutoff. Wow, that really goes. All right, let's log temperature for science and send it home. Spin, 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 baby. And there we go. We're back in the atmosphere. All right, 9 minutes, 30 seconds into the flight. We're now 1,290 kilometers downrange from the KSC. And we are falling back in the atmosphere. And I don't know if this is actually gonna die on its own. We got upper atmosphere temperature, as well as space, low space. How is this recharging itself? How is this thing recharging itself? But it is. Oh, and it's gonna pop, which is what we want. We want it to pop. Pop, pop. Like popcorn. Come on. And that is a successful flight. We went closer to orbit than I would have liked, but... Oh, that's right. Solar panels. Yes, that's right. Solar panels. And I was even looking at them and I'm like, why isn't it charging? Vanguard 2 is still in orbit. All right, well, that was Vanguard 1. Which was successful for what we wanted. Now, for orbit, we'll build Redstone. Redstone Explorer. Right, or Juno, whatever the hell it was called. I think Juno is actually just part of the Redstone. I don't. So a lot of the early like rocket families, because you had the Army Rocket Corps, you had the precursor to NASA's rockets. You had the Navy. I think even the Navy had their own like. So the naming convention is all weird for a lot of the early rockets. All right, let's go ahead and warp a day for pad cleanup. And we need to unlock some of this other stuff that, well, I'm going to put something out there, but we need to unlock some of these other facilities to use. We have to do it in flight mode, though. All right, so we can start storing aircraft in the hangars instead of recovering them every time. We can just store it. All right, so how many other contracts do we have? Perform experiments around the KSC. Oh, that's it. Photographs, mystery goo, and atmospheric pressure scan. All right, let's do that. We can bust out our heavy duty truck. All right, and now we need a mystery goo. That puts us right at 40 parts. We're gonna have to upgrade this building here shortly. All right, take photos. We have the camera. Photos, we have the camera. Mr. Goo, we only need one. And an atmospheric pressure scan. All right, who's driving? Valentina is gonna drive today. All right, so where are we off to? Admin building first. I love the bent ass flagpole over here. And the trailer park style building. All right, so over here at the admin building, we need photos. Take photographs exposing film. All right, admin, the administrators go about it, and most of them aren't smiling, but you managed to get a group photo of everyone except Stan, whose head you cut off in the frame. So Stan Kerbin is headless in our picture. All right, we'll keep that. All right, so now we got to go over to the tracking station. Trying to not drive across the grass. Yeah, crap. We needed the atmospheric pressure scan too, but back at the admin building. We have to drive back over there. More photos. All right, did you start taking photos of the large comm dishes in the area? You see a black government car pull up, but no one gets out. They're just sitting there, watching you. Somebody had fun writing these. All right, we also need a mystery goo over here. Observe the goo. Airplane flying over. All right, back to the admin building. I have to say it's nice not having to jump through hoops to get every last molecule of science possible. Yeah, we're gonna go driving across the grass. All right, log pressure data, collected and recorded atmospheric pressure data from their surroundings. All right. And I believe this will complete that contract. Let's recover. All right, brought back 9 science. Well, I was gonna come in here, just not yet. All right, so we got paid for those around the for each end of experiment we took, and then the overall contract payment. There we go. I'm gonna go ahead and upgrade that so we're not part count limited on our airplanes, because we're gonna need that sooner than later. And vehicles. Also need to upgrade the tracking station. With this, we'll actually be able to make maneuver nodes as needed. All right, and that leaves us 35 science. Let's go ahead and unlock basic rocketry. Yeah, that's some of the other stuff that we would need. Okay. Wow, is there a lot of parts in there? And I'm thinking survivability. Well, stability. Yep, let's grab that. Yeah, survivability already gives us the Gemini capsule. I want to hold off on grabbing that, as we still have some other stuff to do first. Yep, and that completes all of our contracts for the day. Let's go ahead and warp one more day. There we go. Man, look at that sky. All right, so that, I think, is going to draw an end to today's stream. 6 hours of Kerbal is a lot of Kerbal. All right, but we got quite a bit done in our first day, first episode of our 1/4 real scale career launch. We built our first airplane. We built a couple of sounding rockets. We built a suborbital / orbital rocket. Right, so next time we'll be building a new airplane that won't be so chintzy looking. Right, to get more science. And man, dude, just the visuals of this are just insane. Right, and I gotta put together the full mod list for this. Currently, it's just a CCAN file, so you can just drop it into CCAN. It's in the it's in my Discord, in the KSP mods channel, right, with links to go get to 2 other things that you need, One of them is my rescale, which is just pinned further up, but there's a link there directly to it. And then grab BlackRock's volumetric clouds, and then you'll be set for the install that we have. Indeed, no, it's my rescale. I modified it off of the one that Galileo made. Yeah, because it's actually 1/4 real scale. Not 2.5x. It's not 2.7x exactly. It's 2.7x for celestial bodies, 5.4x for celestial distances. Right? It's not a global application. Right, so it's new here. Welcome. I'm Rocket. This is Rocketology. This is what we do here, among other things. Right, but if you have not done so already, please hit that follow button for me if you are new, and please consider subscribing to support the channel. Much appreciated. For everybody on YouTube, welcome. And yeah, let's see if there's anybody up and running to go pass some love on to today. I do not know any of these, and one of them looks like an automated thing. And I'm not really into VTubing. Not my thing. Dude, there is nobody up and streaming today. Wait, Alpha, what do you got going? Did you just launch? Yep. Alpha Mince is starting his stream, so we're going to go raid him. If you're not aware, Alpha Mince is the guy that created all these launch pads that we build all the time. He's the mod author from all that. All right, so Alpha, get ready. Here we come, buddy. All right, once again, you guys have a great morning, great night, great afternoon, great whatever it is, wherever it may be. I'll see you guys next time. Until then, here's Alpha Mince. Alpha, enjoy, my friend, and I'll see you guys later.
What the fuck? Hey there. So I'm taking a break from my KSB rebirth, or as I decided, I'm not done with Clear Obscure Expedition 33. Well, thanks for the raid coming in. I think I quit just before he left to start off. I thought he was going to go somewhere else. Yeah, this is not KSP. I too started a career